What's good in the hood, man? Hell no, I got some raw chicken in my fingertips. Let me dispose of that really quickly. I was seasoning some chicken. I'll be back. So yeah, I would have streamed earlier, but I had to buy some chicken, season it, and do some other stuff. So I forgot that June is a month that ends on the 30th, not the 31st, so we're in July territory, meaning that I still have like 3 sessions to get through this game without it getting in the way of Daybreak. But yeah, I won't be streaming this game on Thursday. I'll be streaming Ever Crisis then.
Some lumps, the lot of them. It's a wonder they can still walk.
Let's go to Titan's Wake, I'm making the Croc Zambrek. In addition, I also have to like pay some medical bills, so I didn't realize that dermatology visit was not going to be fully covered by insurance. I like my broke people insurance. It's helped me with a lot of serious things. But the less serious things are, the more I deal with these type of complications, which it wasn't a big bill, and thankfully I don't get medical services in places that overcharge because of rent and other factors. Maybe some expert is going to react to what I say and say, au contraire, that's not really a factor, but I'm convinced it is. So one thing I didn't know is that Lee, that singer that I've recently got into, is doing the voice of Agnes in this game, Trails Through Daybreak. So I'm gonna be hyped for that. I gotta do more parries, that shit is so helpful. I need something good, bro. I need something that'll really do damage. I also saw another trailer for Kai no Kiseki, and that one's pretty cool. I do like the prospect of Crow coming back, Rin, because they're both action chevaliers with reasons to still access their, well, not action, but just, they're both chevaliers, that's the point. I mean, you could say, well, what about Cedric? Well, Cedric is still Ouroboros and stuff like that, and he had Testarossa, which is an important part of Cold Steel 2, but
right here.
it's not really as, like, iconic. kill him. Look at that, an A rank that gives out that much EXP. I love it.
Don't come on. Back.
What is that buzzing sound? Is that the air conditioner of another apartment, or did I leave the fridge open? I guess I'll give it a look later on. Where's the croc? My head is pounding right now. Let's see. There you go. Okay, I did use a healing item.
Guess we're all ready.
Let me use another one now that I got it topped off. So it's something I've been meaning to like talk about with this game for a while, and it's something that I think is really kind of annoying. People seem to try and make a evil least connection with this game, and I get it. Like one of the countries is Rosaria and the other is Dalmekia, like Dalmasca. But this is kind of like tells me how much people don't really get Yasumi Matsuno's writing style and the setting he created with Ivalice. Ivalice is very much meant to be like a modern world, but with sword and sorcery kind of influencing what technology advances and what technology doesn't advance. It's why there's IVs in Final Fantasy 12 and shit. Why they have guns and... Oh. They're not rocking machine guns in this world. The guns have certainly, like, developed. And yes, there's people that speak in this like flowery English because it's a fantasy setting where you kind of expect that language. They're not doing it because the language hasn't developed and evolved with all these cultures yet or anything of that nature. Point is, it's not anything like Final Fantasy XVI setting. And even if you look at the map of Rosaria and Dalmasca, Dalmasca was like kind of the cross spell to Rosaria's Erebonia, which Erebonia is all the way up top in this world.
Looks like we're working something up. Only one thing for it.
This again. Fuck this guy. I was getting controller tied for a moment. Nice score goal. I did. So, the new way I'm playing, which is favoring like physical attacks over cooldown abilities,
Sweet dreams.
might not be like the most elegant way of playing it. It might be getting me like near death a lot of times as I'm adapting to it. But hey, maybe I would have taken a couple game overs without this playstyle. At the very least, it can give me opportunities for more parries, depending on who I'm fighting.
Be quick about it. You're rubbing me blind, you know. Finished, are you? The stew's awfully thin these days.
So, what'll it be?
Garter, Damarung, Sunny Dark Skill, and a primitive battle horn. Stone Charm.
No scratches, right?
Sons of Ouroboros. Okay, so now I need another Ortalgum.
That it? Fine.
I feel like I'm not gonna get enough for another 2 earth alchemists if I upgrade. No, because I think I only have like 1 more S rank. Okay, so Estia, Critin Hollow, and Halfcomb. Was Critin Hollow? Okay, so these aren't really far, so that's kind of cool. I just have to know which is which. I feel like I'm listening to Donald Duck's advice. Just go to the place that's hardest to reach and you'll find the motherfucker you're looking for.
How the hell did it cross the strait?
I think that just means for a lot of people the big appeal of Evil Lease and any setting that flirts with Evil Lease is that there's like no Muda involved. Primitive battle horn, okay.
Your journey ends here.
I might have been near death if it wasn't for the improved armor I have. But yes, this just means that for the rest of the game I'm not gonna have to look at my armor anymore. I know I'm gonna have it made. My stomach is hurting like crazy. To look at my bread and butter. I like how in this juncture of the game, your bread and butter is not going to carry you as well as it did even like 10 minutes prior. Okay, let's see. So, gear and icons, attributes. Yeah, I'm almost on my next level. Love this OST. I know Stella Noxiclair is usually right about what she thinks about this game. OST here is not as one-dimensional as I thought, but that's just because of the tone. It's very Hamauzu-ish. So yesterday, or it was the day before, I learned that Apps, the boss fight in Final Fantasy VII that you fight in the sewers, is, well, Abzu is kind of the complement deity to Tiamat. I'm sure I've like seen that before, but I just like the Mesopotamian references in Final Fantasy. Let me not mess around. I did the Twitter clip of this game. Whenever people, well, the devs would make fan cams of this game to promote it, they would always use that combo. That saved my life right there.
I've had warmer welcomes.
There you go. So, Critton Hollow. We have enough left in the tank for another fight. Is it you? By goal. Well, I've been with a couple bi girls, and I can tell you that's
no ordinary girl.
not as fun as it sounds. Get him. Got you before you try to get me with that shot. Sniper shot was point blank, so that was kind of fun.
Let's hope it was the last of its kind.
Oversouling is not a thing in this game, so I can't really make certain of that.
Clive, if you're gonna buy something, be quick about it. It'd better all be here. You're rubbing me blind, you know. The stew's awfully thin these days.
Trouble with your gear, or what do you want? Not bad, if I do say so myself.
Alright, well, Goddard Jamarong. Now we need 2 more orichalcums for this one, and a dark steel. It's a nice motif,
Fine.
because Ragnarok is war, and Goddard Jamarong is like the end of times thing where a lot of gods just cease. I'm kind of tight. I don't have any. I'm over leveled, man. I'm still getting my ass beat. I think my toolkit is just outdated as hell.
I dare not think. A stroke of good fortune, perhaps? I hope you're right. So do I.
Okay, so 3 quests left to go.
The ether has claimed them all. Let's see that we're not next.
I am so close to completing my, well, recompleting my PhD in Final Fantasy. Some people argue I don't have it because I haven't done all the expansions and MMOs or expansions that people think matter. Well, now that Dawn Trail is in early access mode, lots of people won't have that level of PhD.
have to tame such a beast.
It's crazy that we haven't fought a behemoth at this point in the game.
Stand back. Get up. Here it comes. Well, what are we waiting for?
Damn, I'm really getting hit by everything. His shoulders are trapping me in.
Let's try. Joshua! Desperate times.
Clive, no!
Trust me. I'm your shield, remember?
You guys got a fuse.
This won't be a job for a freak!
Why would you turn to him, brother? When we fight, fight together.
That wasn't too bad.
That was just the beginning.
I don't get up just yet. Oh. That was his "I'll take you with me" move. That's typical of behemoths. Now I gotta really check this refrigerator.
Quickly, before we're cut off for good.
It's kind of crazy that this guy is still sealed in Joshua. I thought the seal would break by now.
We're almost there.
It'll probably bust open when we're close so that things don't play out too conveniently. Okay, we needed that high potion. Okay, back to full. You know, the way I used to play Final Fantasy XII is I would run laps until all my resources were back to full, like my HP and MP. That's probably how I'd play this game if I was a little bit more shook up. I didn't even know about the presidential debates until recently, and all I gotta say on the matter is, it seems there's a lot of overcorrection that's being discussed because of how badly Biden performed. I'm not even sure if these presidential debates really matter. I think that's just like a way to do sports ball commentary, because I think most people make up their mind about who they want as their guy pretty early on. Although, no, just in the context of the debate and things of that nature. The thing people have to kind of acknowledge is that World War III is happening, but like in the early stages, like, you know, the part of World War I and II history that's kind of like not so interesting. The early stages, that's where we are at the moment, and that's where we've been since 2022. So, the educated vote that you have to have in mind if you're going to vote is which route do you want to take for our continued existence in this world war? Do you want the Likud route, or do you want the basic CIA route? And if you're not really informed based on Likud, Trump, or CIA, Biden, you can't really make like an informed, educated decision. Because it's really just a decision on how quickly do we want to get involved with Iran. Whereas immediately would be much more devastating, and eventually would be something a bit more manageable. Thank you, Joshua. But that stage of the World War will eventually happen because we keep using NGOs and think pieces that are clearly state-sponsored to push for regime change propaganda, which is not a good thing in the case of pushing that for other countries that are having issues with us and having issues with our allied nations.
Not what I was expecting.
It's a threat when we say things like this about other countries so blatantly. Most people know, like, when a journalist is talking about how we should push for these things, that's practically a state-sponsored message. That's American Israeli propaganda. But that's all I'm going to say on the matter, because we're still on the early stages of this, and I don't know how things are going to look in the next couple of months. This is bigger than who's president, though. This is kind of a choose-your-own-adventure for, the last Great War. We're in visual novel territory, just to speak on it in a juvenile and insensitive manner.
Once we step onto that bridge, we'll be easy targets.
Then we better move quickly. Horrible to destroy.
No, I could probably make with just 2 level ups per session. I just hope if there's a chest with an orichalcum in it that I don't miss out on it.
Ultima's corruption knows no bounds. We cannot allow it to spread. We won't.
Just like that, I'm halfway there. So, level 47. Alright already. I'll get there. Another thing is that people make a big deal of the combo MMDs, but if you see people try to like be flashy while playing this game and try hard at it, they do a lot of those cinematic attacks I just performed because you don't really get hit in those. And all these other moves, you get hit quite easily. There aren't really a lot of like iframes. This is honestly why I think a clutch performance in this game is more important, more impressive than like a no-diff one. We're just shooting them as siblings. Trying to get them out the way. Damn, that was not a charged one and still did crazy amounts of damage. It's almost like a loose balance formation. There, I killed the food.
Clive, you mustn't summon it free. Not yet. So I should let the burden fall to you? Yes, true. Save your strength for another crystal.
One more of these motherfuckers.
What must have been like to grow so big?
You don't want to know.
Motherfucker really called him thick. How'd you get so thick?
Let's try. There's no end to them. The whole bloody army's here. Stand back, Joshua. I'm summoning Ifrit.
Stop, Clive. You mustn't. We still have a long way to go. If you tap your strength here, you'll have none left to destroy the heart.
Then you'd rather die?
Okay, so Mid figured it out.
Jill.
You see, they still are able to use their powers as bearers.
She's not alone.
I guess it just takes time for them to recover it. Thought he was about to hug Dion like that.
Surprised to see us.
His man will be tight.
Gav. He told us exactly where you'd be. Even sniffed out a crack in the castle wall. And when we saw the heavens come crashing down, we had no choice but to believe him. It's been quite a day.
It's been less than an hour and a half, man. I love this pacing. Can I get more of it?
Prince Dion. It's good to see you well. So, this must be Ifrit. Your uncle bade me give you a message. Listen to your heart. It will guide your steel true. Your father would expect no less. That is all. Thank you. For everything. Your Highness. Dion, please.
You do realize the only thing we've freed so far is this wall from its foundations, right? Now, if your lord and ladyship's quite finished...
Well said, Gav. We have work to do.
Don't support none want.
And we wouldn't want.
You mean? Welcome to Goots's Toll. Right on, here you go. You've got everything you need then.
Got her Damarung, so yeah, we just need Dark Steel and 2 Orbitalcums.
Anything else I can make for you?
You see, Clive, and ours.
We've fought long and hard for this.
We need only inch.
You all know what it is that awaits us beyond this gate. And we shall face it together. Aye.
Not you goats. Goots. You just get to watch.
It seems our hosts would rather we remain. I will stay them.
We will stay them. Go!
Just don't keep us waiting.
Thank you.
The least we can do is open the door ourselves while you get to static. This guy's crusty looking. No lips, having ass. I think that has to do with thin lips myself, but yeah. I wonder if they can break it by semi-priming. So we're more or less the level of strength we need to be. We're just a little ahead in defense.
Clive, is that you?
This guy Shmee off the Blee.
This isn't stone here.
Got that right, motherfucker.
Welcome to our darkness. A rift between worlds wherein your kind might reflect.
Show yourself!
Grave and many are the sins of
So I decided not to stream Saturdays for a while since I've had 2 audio blockages and
have you know them. All of them.
not all the audio is blocked, but if there's still like a copyright issue with what isn't blocked out, and I lose some commentary or get a strike, that's going to be some BS, all because of noise pollution.
We are trapped.
And the only way out is through Ultima. We find him and we leave.
I guess I could take in the scenery.
If you are to comprehend the full extent of your transgressions, we must go back to the beginning. When the world was still young, we visited upon it a miracle, magic, and in its light did all life flourish. Yet the price for this boon would prove heavy. A pall descended upon the land, painting the horizon black as night.
So you gave humanity the gift of magic, and it caused the blight.
In this one endeavor, we stood powerless. And so we fled, that we might endure. Endure, that we might discover a means of salvation.
But if it was magic that caused the blight, what of the mother crystals?
I expect he'll tell us soon enough.
This is an interesting concept because then it means that this magic isn't really magical in the sense that it comes from another realm. It's more like senjutsu, where you're just taking it from nature around you.
Salvation, alas, was not readily to be had. First, we would require a land unvisited by the stain of corruption. An unprecedented journey lay before us, one beyond the limits of our fleshly bodies. And so we cast them off. Thus, stripped to our very spirit, did we find our new paradise. A land as pure as driven snow, Valisthea.
Okay, so this is a Final Fantasy IX thing.
Begin. For the black crept yet behind us. And soon did we arrive at a solution. The illness having spread to every organ, there was but one escape from this fate, to start afresh.
With a new world. The one for which Barnabas labored. A paradise free from the blight where his God awaits. And where, if we only forfeit our wills and abandon everything we hold dear, humanity can join him. So, Ultima would have us follow in the footsteps of the king.
And follow we shall. For now.
Joshua didn't have much to say in that. Just, alright, well, let's keep going because I want to know more.
To forge a new world would require not only power, but a constitution strong enough to wield it. Acquiring the first would be simple. Untouched by the blight, Valisthea was replete with ether, and we had only to place jewels in her crown to claim it. Acquiring the second, however, demanded creativity. And so I cast forth the seeds of humanity.
You created us.
But the thing is, there's humans
Gods do.
outside of
We sow the
Valisthea.
seeds for you, Muthos, all that you might one day blossom. And our future thus secured, we thought to slumber, though that would prove a grave mistake. For it was as we slept that man committed his greatest sin. He awoke. Alone in a world bereft of his God's radiance.
Like, yeah, it's getting Final Fantasy 13-ish, so it's a little bit of 9 and 13.
Finding no light, he sought to kindle his own. And from that single errant impulse was his will born. Having discovered himself at last, man turned his eyes inward and found he desired evermore that which only magic might afford. So wars were waged and brothers slain for custody over that dwindling resource. And the land, she wept tears of black.
Okay, so their initial plan was to create mankind. Mankind has no will of its own, rest. And when you wake up, it'll be a world without a blight. But then they awoke and realized that humanity gained the will of its own, started fighting for limited resources, and the blight ended up spreading as they began using magic aggressively, likely. So now he wants to push the reset button again, this time be a little bit more hands-on, a little less laissez-faire. It makes sense, it makes sense.
is that?
Ifrit. Or what's left of him.
Long have our ashes lain cold for want of a spark. Cast your eyes upon them and see what you must become. Valisthea cannot endure a second claim upon her being. The avarice of man drives her ever closer to destruction. But she may yet be saved by you. It is what you were born to do. Why we nurse
It's like becoming Ragnarok in Final Fantasy 13.
as your own mother should have. And now that you are fully grown, our Muthos, it is time at last for you to serve your purpose.
What, destroy Valisthea, begin it anew?
To right your wrongs. If our sin is wanting to survive, then you are as marked by it as we are. The fault is yours. Our wills were born because you abandoned us. And now, you would have us forfeit them. All for a place in your new paradise.
Do you imagine yourselves worthy of one? Mankind has no place.
I guess destroy mankind, replace the souls with vessels with no free will.
Difficult to comprehend. We only ever require you, Muthos, when the time comes to bid this wretched realm farewell. None shall follow, none shall
Oh, okay, so yeah, we will wipe everyone else out.
This is our world. Once the land's rebirth is complete, humanity will have served its purpose. Why would we continue to suffer that which has caused us so much vexation?
Because the land doesn't belong to you. It belongs to us all! What?
That is where you are mistaken. You own nothing but your precious will.
Brother.
This motherfucker don't got shit to say except, yeah, none of this shit has anything to do with us.
And you don't have to.
I grow weary of your dissent.
Let's just run his fade and do what we need to do.
Now you must learn that this master will not tolerate disobedience.
This is a final boss fight. Let me check something real quick. I didn't get any trophies, so I don't think it is the case. This dude Ultima is so
My
like
friends,
weird.
my family. We have all suffered, all fought to survive. This world may be flawed. It may be broken. But it's all we have. And if we can't share it, I see only one other choice. You have to go.
You may have created us, Ultima. But it's time we lived on our own terms. This isn't your world anymore. It's us.
Okay, now he's
Bow down, offenders.
having a little comeback.
climbed through game standing. Only with heads hung low is penance paid. O wretched mortals incapable even of contrition, in fitting season shall we reap our harvest.
Come on, let's kill this. Okay, so that's like an insta-kill. I didn't know that.
Know your insignificance. Repent. That's better.
I really lost to this easy-ass dude. I wouldn't mind it as much if it wasn't for the fact that they give you all your healing items back, make you look like a bitch.
awaits the Lord.
What now? The darkness bends. He means to end us.
It wouldn't be the first time. But let's make it his last.
Your fate is inexorable. Surrender the vessel unto the darkness. Surrender it unto us. Kneel before us.
Forgive me.
Bro, I got stun locked. I was trying to like tap a healing item, R1 to dodge anything, man.
Your fate is inexorable. Surrender the vessel unto the darkness. Surrender it unto
Go jump.
us. Kneel before us.
Man, this game will have me thinking I'm like trash. At a boss fight I was cooking like 75% of the way now. What the fuck? Okay, so that was on me though. I wasn't paying attention.
Your fate is inexorable. Surrender the vessel unto the darkness. Surrender it unto us. Let's try. Kneel before us.
Oh no. man whooped my ass multiple times over. A lot of times it was because I was grazing on that singularity without realizing it.
Countless generations have we awaited this moment.
Oh, the other time, I think the initial one, it was because I got hit with like a long combo. Cause there were a couple of phases where I got caught up on something. I guess it kind of annoys me because I know I'm not gonna replay this game.
Your struggles have made you strong.
Since I don't really care for it, so.
Yet your soul remains heavy with sin.
This is as good as it's gonna get in terms of my performance for a while.
Absolution.
I just really don't care for this game, really.
And all shall be forgiven.
This guy, Clive, always acts like he's about to get bad touched by Ultima. Okay, yo, daddy. What type of weird ass memory realm is this? The autism mind realm.
Tell me, Clive, how many lives have you saved since taking my name?
Fewer than we have ruined. Wherever we go, we leave a sea of tears in our wake.
These are the wages of your will, son.
What good are our choices when all they ever bring, all they will ever bring, is death?
There's no atoning, Clive. No matter how hard you try. So why not leave it all behind?
Leave it all behind.
Clive!
Please, won't somebody save me? Won't anybody love me?
I yearn, yet still she is not mine. Have I not given enough?
From will is born desire, and it is this which consumes you, rendering you incomplete.
Do you not see how the world bends and warps under the weight of your hungering hearts? What if it could all just go away? Just go away.
It's getting real End of Evangelion here with this navel gazing.
None of this is real. Wake up. It's time to go home, Clive. That's right. You're my brother.
Brother.
Come. Remember who you are.
Clive.
Once more, lest you forget.
My name is Clive. Clive Rossfield. Look, Ultima.
Even here, the light of the vessel's will cannot be quenched. And the Phoenix, his trespass should not have been possible. Not possible unless he has been with Mythos all along. The mark of the Phoenix emblazoned upon his heart.
I realize this guy has a Spanish accent.
By the power of will alone. The power of creation. Can it be? Are their wills truly so potent?
Are you still talking? Our flames burn as one!
This is no mere evolution, it is deviation. And herefrom does Logos rise.
Okay, the last mother crystal somehow got wrecked up. But are things gonna get worse before they get better?
Damn it, Clive. Wake up.
Okay, I guess when we got out of that realm, we smashed the mother crystal with it.
Sorry to wake you, but I think it may be time to leave. This place.
And once again, does my creation stray from the path laid before it? Steeped in conceit, you fancy yourself a god. You embrace Logos. But we will put an end to this hubris.
What are you talking about?
In the halls of origin, does our true power quicken. And there shall you be made complete. Soon, Mythos, soon you will discover And so the crystals are no more. Yet in their silence, a new song rings. Its chorus building, a crescendo as it enters its final movement, stirring those long aslumber to waking. And back to their origin.
Oh, so it got reshaped. What time is it? 4:07.
The crystal's cracked. So where the hell are they? Oh, fuck me.
Is that ether?
What in good Grieger's name is going on?
This is wrong.
Are we back?
Clive! Joshua!
Jill!
Is everyone all right?
We're fine. What happened?
Too much to explain here.
Mate! We're leaving! Now! Everyone, fall back to the ship!
I will be with you anon. Thank you.
This guy wanted to create a bunch of tension as if he was going to get left behind. So yeah, all the mother crystals are gone, but we got this super motherfucker crystal over here.
I need to tell everyone what happened at Drake's Spine. And I'm going to need Otto's help.
Clive. Go on then. You're rubbing me blind, you know. Is that all?
Hell no, man. Yo, this shit is causing me problems.
Trouble with your gear, or...
These Spanish motherfuckers play some music and like tinnitus levels. So I can't even mute it.
No scratches, right?
She's got me tight as hell. Clutch mine.
Anything else?
Still alive, are ya?
Nasty with it. Let's see, clutch mine.
It's rubbing me blind, you know.
What's that for you, dear? Yeah, that should do you.
There you go. Now, what I have to say about that is, as annoying as it is,
There's something about it. I feel like it's...
so much that can be like done about it. Noise pollution is something I have to consign myself to, and like all the risks that come with it.
Welcome to the Patron's Whisper.
That aren't fair on me, but you know, can't really do anything about it.
Twinside's hundreds of leagues away.
Massive.
Theoretically, this is better than Ragnarok, and I don't really need to like upgrade any further beyond this. Like, I might actually be set. But that's not what I'm about. I want to be a little nastier with it than that.
Still alive, I see. Something tells me that eyesore on the horizon is your doing. How'd you manage that?
It's a long story. One that I'd rather only tell once.
Right. All hands on deck then.
Is this everyone? As I'm sure you've all guessed, the crystal which now commands the eastern skies was summoned by Ultima. He called it Origin. Though the significance of that name is as yet unclear.
What does it matter what it's called?
This big ass fluffy sword.
Its emergence tore Twinside asunder and wiped my homeland from the map.
Mention of the Dominion spires can be found in the oldest of Valisthian records. But to the best of my knowledge, none provide any hint as to their true nature. That they would prove the horns of some slumbering demon. Well...
The Dominion's demise was at least quick. Elsewhere, the Republican army cannot hope to contain the chaos engulfing Randalar. Canberra is in flames, and the Empire.
Our allies are crying out for answers. I've sent the Cursebreakers to give them what assurances we can, but right now that amounts to fuck all.
They wouldn't be able to stop what the skies have started in any case. People here and across the realm grow sicker with every passing day.
Could it be that this new mother crystal is like the others? That it draws upon the land's ether? It certainly looked that way from stone here.
If that were true, it would explain the hastening spread of the blight since the crystal's appearance. Would it not?
And as the land's ether slowly rises to the surface, it pools, corrupting all who cannot channel its energies. Archay above, ether floods below, and in the middle, here we languish, hopelessly entrapped.
It's all right. When we faced him at Stone here, Ultima told us his true power quickens in the halls of origin. Needless to say, we cannot allow that to continue. If we are to stop him, we will have to find a way into the crystal.
How are we going to manage that then? It's up in the sky. And fast as she is, the Enterprise can't fly.
It's a lot to take in, and I reckon we'd all benefit from some time to clear our heads.
Let me check this door right now.
Come to us. Don't you worry. Ain't that right, Clive?
Right. That's right.
Well, go on then. Bugger off. Same goes for you, Clive. You won't solve anything like this. Trust me. Go and get some fresh air, eh?
Thank you. Joshua seemed upset.
Let me check the wall of memories. I could get a couple freebie trophies. Two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Ultima may have created us, but he doesn't make us who we are. Only we can do that. And if he would have us fight for our survival, so be it. It's what we've been doing all along.
Much like Ultima himself, it would seem. His new world being naught but a means to survive. And so, we must contend to decide which of us shall inherit the land. Should Ultima prevail, it will mean death for us all. Of that, we can be certain. But even should he fail, what world awaits us? A withered, godless place, where our newfound freedom will most like prove a chain in itself.
Well, that may be. But a chain can always be broken. As long as one has the will to break it, it won't be easy. It may take generations, centuries of suffering. And that is, if everyone plays their part. But it will happen. And when it does, it will be on our terms. That is the world that awaits us. first. We have to reach that crystal.
Then it's a good thing I have wings.
You can barely stand, let alone fly. And only the Founder knows what horrors await in those skies. Are you certain about this?
Am I certain? I am the Phoenix. I will do what I must. This is our fight. Remember?
All right. I yield. But only what you must, yes? I'm still your sworn shield.
That you are.
And what of my wings? Lest you forget, you go to stand against a god. I would not have you succumb to fatigue before the fight begins. Ifrit, your brother mentioned that some few of the dominants who had lost their power to you were still able to prime. Is that true?
It is. But their icons no longer submitted to their will.
Then mine will have to be stronger. That you both might save your strength for the battle to come.
You don't have to do this.
If you do, there's a chance you might lose all you have left.
And what have I but regret? My life ended in the Dominion. I fear death no more. Besides, I would have words with Ultima. He has much to answer for.
Yeah, this guy feels like a sibling to the Rosfield brothers as well.
We are in your debt, Dion.
We can speak of debts when this is over.
He speaks like a man who knows he's not coming back. And has come to terms with that.
That doesn't mean that we have to, does it, Clive?
Time to talk to Jill. I only hope she understands.
Go. What's she doing in your crib? I mean, I guess you guys smashed at this point, so what does it matter?
Come to wish on a star.
That might not be such a bad idea. This is it, Jill. You know what I have to do. Why I have to do it. There's no turning back now. This is where our journey was leading us. Where it will end, for better or worse.
Honestly, there's not much difference whether or not they would have ended this game now or
But you'll be all right, won't you, Clive?
before when we fought Ultima.
You always are.
They're just trying to amp up the ante a little bit.
We'd watch the rain together.
I'll be waiting.
The stakes haven't really changed. We just gotta get rid of a super mother crystal, and we're potentially gonna see a bunch of people prime up. I have a little bit of more exciting final boss.
It's almost time. Something tells me that...
So this is the last set of side quests. Selenox Eclair, that Twitter user, talked about how this boss fight was. Well, these last set of side quests kind of prove that the side quests aren't really like worth jacking shit. I mean, there's been some interesting tidbits for the world building in the side quests, but that's about it, man. This is world building for some of these tertiary characters.
Aye, it's a dangerous world out there. Is that all?
So no hunts have been unlocked yet so far.
Clive, my boy! Rutherford informs me that we owe you our thanks. Hadn't intended for you to get involved, but such are the times we live in, huh?
I would have done the same for anyone else.
You're far too modest, Clive. You'd make a terrible nobleman. But tell me, is the realm truly in as dire a state as Rutherford suggests?
From what little I saw, you were right to be worried.
I suppose I should have expected the worst. But I was rather hoping the great and good of the realm might have things a little more under control. Alas, it seems that firm leadership is in short supply these days, and without it, the people are bound to lose their way. We must move quickly.
But where do we start?
True, the challenges that face us are many. But in my estimation, there are two key areas to be addressed before any other. The realm's armies and her larders. As you've seen firsthand, it's every man and woman for themselves out there. Certain cities have banded together to try and maintain some semblance of order, yes? But such cases are few and far between. And yet, the only remedy for the
There's also this aspect of Koji Fox and how verbose he makes these games.
Even the borders laid down by our ancestors. In short, if Storm does not stand together, she will fall apart.
But how would one even begin to unite the realm?
The armies, my boy. As I told you already, we begin by restoring order among the ranks of those sworn to maintain it. Sadly, I doubt I could convince even the lowliest gaggle of privates to dig a latrine together. But I do know someone the High Commanders have been known to listen to on occasion. Field Marshal Eugen Havel.
I thought he was retired.
Good thing you verbalized that, because I would have called him Eugene.
And killed most of the rank and file. There is no man alive more capable. Literally. And as luck would have it, I've already spoken with him on the matter.
Of course you have.
And he's agreed to help. On one condition. That he first speaks with you personally. Havel has always been a man of frustratingly rigid principle, and he has certain qualms about clasping arms with, well, with an outlaw. I extolled your many virtues as best I could, of course, but the old goat was adamant that he be allowed to appraise you in person. You don't mind, do you, my boy?
Of course not. As long as chaos reigns, we will never build a better world. I'll do whatever it takes. And if the Field Marshal wishes to speak with me in person, then so be it.
That's the spirit.
I'll leave for Randalar at once. Would you send a Stolas?
Of course. Rutherford is already in the Dalmekian capital. I'll have him tell Havel to expect you forthwith.
Excellent. Thank you, Uncle.
No, thank you, Clive.
First the skies, then the crystal.
Say what you will. Lady Karen has seen us.
Pining for something, boy. What is it? What do you see out there? I never did ask where you got that anklet of yours.
From Sid, that's why. On the day he brought him home.
How long ago?
And you're only thinking to ask this now? Sid saw that the pup had a habit of gnawing on his leg, since you ask. Clap that there iron on him to keep him from doing it.
What was wrong, boy?
I'll take like as not. Must have been hard on the poor whelp losing his loving masters at such a young age. Doubly hard.
It is interesting that this guy has survived 18 years
You want that
as a
iron gone,
dog.
You find what it is you're looking for. I reckon what he was looking for was you.
I'm sorry, Torgal. Sorry for making you wait so long. Let's get that thing off you.
Doesn't sound like he wants it off.
Indeed. You miss Sid as much as the rest of us, don't you? You want me to go with you somewhere?
Quick, aren't you? Glad you've been paying attention.
Not nearly as much as you have, Lady Karen.
Aye, good thing and all. It's not like Gav would have kept him in nuts and rubbed his belly these past 10 summers.
Your kindness is appreciated. You've been a good friend to him.
Only because he doesn't talk back like the rest of you. Go on now.
Where to then, Torgal?
What do you think happened to Miss...
Sid, you have to help us.
With what? You didn't take apart another of Mid's contraptions, did you?
No. Well, yes. But that's not what we want to talk to you about.
It's Miss Mididol. She's been acting strange. Very strange. She's barely ever around.
When she is, she acts like we aren't even there. Her head's in a crowd.
In the clouds.
That's what I said. In the clouds.
Well, she does have a lot on her mind. When did you last see her?
Not long ago. Right after she got back from saving you from Stonehenge.
Then it's probably just about the Enterprise. It did take quite a battering on the way there and back.
Yeah, I did pull off a Kool-Aid man.
You really should be more careful around Miss Mididol's inventions. Don't listen to her. Even if you did break the Enterprise, you could put it back together, couldn't you?
But who's gonna put Miss Mididol back together? She seems really sad.
Why don't I go and see if I can cheer her up?
You do that? For us? She's in her dungeon.
Don't scare him. It's not a real dungeon.
Just a kinky one.
Whatever should I write next?
A love story, perhaps? But with a happy ending, of course.
have a...
That's it! I knew it! The answer was right here under my arse all along! If this doesn't steer to the skies, nothing will!
To the skies? You aren't trying
He's
to
trying to make an
wings, are you?
airship.
What else would I be doing?
The children seem to think you're avoiding them. They're worried about you. Is this really so important that you need to shut yourself away from everyone?
The Enterprise is already the fastest ship in the realm, and that's with the sea beneath her. But what if she weren't bound to the waves? What if she weren't bound to anything at all? It's not fair. The gods get the skies all to themselves, so I'm gonna do something about it. The Fallen had their chance, but they relied too much on magic. And see where that got them? But not me. I've discovered how to do it without. Well, almost. First, I need to make a prototype.
And is that a one-woman job?
Are you volunteering? I'll have you know the Enterprise is my baby. But if her godfather's offering to lend a hand, I'd be happy to take it. First, I'll need oil, and not just some old drippings from Miss Molly's spits in the Tub and Crown. Refined stuff, like they make in Ordill. Then I'll need some bone, or shell. Light, strong, preferably no longer attached to the beast it belongs to.
If it's beast bones you're after, I'm sure the curse breakers will know where you might find some.
No, they'll know where you might find some. You're the one who offered to help, remember?
I should speak with one of the curse breakers before I set off for Old Hill. See if I can't find this bone while I'm there as well.
Has Midadol mentioned a new project yet?
Not exactly. She seems preoccupied, but then again, when isn't she?
I will not let them be forgotten. Sid, may I have a moment?
Of course.
It is an honor to finally speak with you. My name is Herman. I've been with the Curse Breakers for some time now, and I wish to be deployed to Ash. Any assignment will do.
No. The lands across the Narrow are too dangerous. I will not send good men and women to risk their lives needlessly. Why would you want to go back?
I need to retrieve something. Something important. I was raised in an orphanage. The Badbach Conservatory. Or rather, I was held captive there. It was not a place of nurture. It existed solely to turn bearer children into mindless weapons. We were tortured until we feared no pain. Tormented until our hearts turned to stone. And few ever survived long enough to become tools of the last king.
I can't imagine.
I lost so many. I can't even remember all their names. But they must be remembered. They cannot fade away, faceless and forgotten. The Institute was run with military precision. Every child measured, every name recorded, every death logged with meticulous care. Sid, allow me to travel to Ash and recover the registry so that my brothers and sisters might live on.
You were a good friend, Herman. But the fact remains that Ash is simply too dangerous.
Sid, please. Even should it cost me my life.
Too dangerous for you, Herman. But not for me. I'll go to Badbach and find the registry.
You will?
I won't let you risk your life.
I don't know how to thank you.
You can start by telling me where I'll find this orphanage.
Vida Grace. Hidden in a forest, overlooking the plains.
All right. I'll see what I can find there.
May the mothers guide you.
Good shit so far. All these quest lines, man.
so, there's a new lover.
I suppose it's magic.
Passing over it, see the hens fed.
So there's still 3 over here, and then there's this motion over here. Some people say that it's not that long, these last batch of quests, so that's a good thing, but still, it's not the most assuring.
Ty's tea stop the fizz. Clive. Try to stay out of trouble.
So Yota is just permanently there.
All right, Sid. Come to buy us around, have you?
Only if you earn it. Mid needs a piece of light but durable bone for her next project. You've encountered your share of beasts on your travels across the realm. Any ideas?
Most bones are the same. Whack 'em hard enough and they'll break. If it's durability you're looking for, shell will serve you better. You know what an adamantus is?
I do. I don't know to give them a wide berth. Will any old adamantus do?
Well, with shells, the older the harder. There's a rumour of an ancient adamantus down in Karava, near Ulbidza, or what's left of the village anyway. But don't expect to make quick work of the bastard. There's a reason it's lived as long as it has.
I'll keep that in mind. Thank you.
A good dollar. He said that with the Vince McMahon voice.
Sid, I was wondering if you could help me.
It depends what with.
A bearer, recently freed from his bonds, is keen to join the Curse Breakers. As you know, the work we do is not easy, which is why we test every volunteer's suitability. I was hoping you could oversee this one's evaluation.
I don't mind, but why this one?
Because he wants to be a scout. Our ranks are filled with men and women capable of breaking chains and putting slavers to the sword. But scouting, we're few with the nose for that, which is why we still rely so heavily on Gav. And since he accompanies you on so many of your missions, I thought you might be better placed to recognize the traits in him that we should look for in those who'd fill his boots.
Sounds reasonable.
So you happy to oversee the boys' test, then?
One can never have too many scouts.
Truer words, Sid. I'll let the initiate know that you'll be attending his trial, and that he is to proceed directly to Northreach in readiness.
No time like the present, eh?
No time like the present. I'll await you there.
Northreach.
Look at all these quests that I really don't want to do, but I have to. Because I'm just trying to get the ultimate weapon.
Vivian, I read your note, and I'd be happy to help you find the book you're looking for.
Thank you, Clive. But tracking it down will not be easy. Are you sure?
Please. You have always granted me your wisdom and insight whenever I asked. It's only right that I return the favor. Or at least attempt to.
You are too kind. Alas, what I ask of you is rather more trying than delivering the odd lecture. I spoke with Harpocrates to see if he had any inkling as to where another copy might be found, but perhaps it is best that you hear the details from him.
If you say so.
Forgive me, Clive, for asking this of you. But this book, it set me on the path to becoming who I am today. Its importance cannot be overstated.
I fucking hate Harpocrates. Mostly just his face. He looks like somebody... well, a bunch of people I've seen that I don't like.
Sid, do you have a moment?
By all means.
It's my old master. Seems there's no escaping her. She found some way to send me a letter. And something else. Records from a Waluda prison. Seems they were keeping a lot of bearers there.
How did she come by such a thing?
Finding bearers always was her strong point. And it seems the cells of Balmung Dark are full of them. Foreign captives, the masterless. Bearers no one would miss. And even better for her, bearers with no one to look after them. When ether started lapping at the walls, the jailers fled.
Leaving the bearers to be liberated by whoever happened to come along next.
Sid, I'd like to believe that I've earned your trust by now. And while I'm well aware that you've forbidden Cursebreakers from traveling to Waloed, I can't let those bearers die in their cells. I'd rather risk shipwreck on the Shadow Coast than leave them to starve.
We'll be needing the Enterprise if we're going to navigate the Narrow.
Does that mean...
I'm making an exception, but we travel together. And we stay no longer than we have to. Ash is an inhospitable place at the best of times. We save as many as we can, and we leave.
Thank you, Sid. There was a name in the prison register. A name from my past. Chadwick. Another of my former master's protégés. A gifted soldier, and the closest thing I had to family. The thought of him held captive in that place.
He must be very important to you.
He was. Is.
Then we find him.
The entrance to the prison lies in the shadow of Ravenwit Walls, just beyond the portcullis. We should head there as quickly as we can. I only pray there are still bearers alive to save.
As do I, Doris.
Clive.
Joshua, what's wrong? And don't say nothing.
It's... not nothing. I've received word from Cyril. The Undying have found Father's will, or something akin to it.
His will? How? Where?
In the crypt, beneath Rosalith Castle. After Kupka was kind enough to drive out the Imperials, the Undying took the opportunity to recover what relics of the Duchy yet remained. And in the process of doing so, they found a letter from Father.
I'm surprised anything survived down there.
Cyril asked that I join him in Tabor at my convenience. I have been meaning to go, but... would you join me?
Of course. I want to know what's in that letter as much as you do.
Very well. I am ready to leave when you are.
All right, Toggle. Where are you taking me? I'm going to need a little bit more than that, boy. Do you have a better hint for me? Unless... you've already given me one. Back on the rear deck, you were looking west, toward Rosaria. Why don't we try the rookery? I haven't been to the island in almost 20 years. To Port Isolde, then. Fingers crossed the old mooring is still there.
Okay, well this guy can communicate non-verbally pretty well.
Ah, Clive, my boy. What a pleasure it is to see you.
Hippocrates. There's something I need to ask you. I've been charged with locating a book called From a Distance.
Then you seek a rare gem indeed. One whose name I had not thought to hear from your lips. You've been talking to Vivian.
Right as always. But she didn't seem keen to tell me very much. I take it she didn't like what you had to say.
And yet I gather it did naught to dissuade her. Clive, if the young professor has tasked you with obtaining a copy, I fear she asks the impossible. The executors would not allow it.
The executors?
Coveters of Secrets. A clandestine organization committed to the collection and intenebration of forbidden texts and technologies.
We're about to fight Ultima. Any other op is kind of lightweight to us now.
The true history of the enslavement of bearers. A tale which could overturn the established order were it ever to become widely known. Or, so rumor has it. I've never actually read the thing, or even set eyes on it for that matter.
How is it that I haven't heard of this organization?
Why, secrecy is the Executor's watchword. They lurk in the shadows, emerging only to seize that which must be seized, be it books, inventions, or people, before disappearing again, leaving nary a trace.
Which would explain why Vivian's copy was snatched from her grasp not long after she found it.
By the hand of the Executors, yes.
But what drives them? Self-interest or ideology?
Fine question. Sadly, all that is known of the Executors can be recounted in a single breath. You may just as soon ask me of their origins, numbers, or the identities of their leaders. Any answer I give would be pure speculation.
My hunt was doomed from the first. What was Vivian expecting? That I'd pluck it from thin air?
Not from thin air, no. From ash. Rumors of the Executors are rife among the scholars of Storm, but rather less so across the Strait. I have a friend. Well, I had a friend in the village of Garnick, a collector of rare tomes, upon which subject we would oft correspond. Alas, I have heard naught from him since the skies fell dark. And no doubt he too has turned. But though he did not mention it by name, it is possible that a surviving copy of From a Distance yet rests upon one of his many shelves, quietly awaiting discovery. If you were, by some chance, able to save even a single book from the poor man's library, I know his soul would rest easier.
Very well. When I next find myself in Waloed, I'll be sure to pay Garnick a visit.
Let's see. How much until I reach the next level? 2K. And fuck you. Two step this late into the game. For shame, buddy. For shame.
Come on. The entire village looks abandoned. Now, which house would a bookworm live in?
Which house would a nerd live in? That's an interesting statement.
This is a Royal Army logbook. Did he take this from the local barrack? His interests were certainly varied.
The emergence of the first magic adepts was widely heralded as a gift from the gods. Indeed, a title with which those with the gift came to be commonly known as, most likely, a contraction of bearer of the heavenly blessing, the wording used by the tribunes of the time. Those born with the blessing were allotted as living crystals and granted high office and plentiful reward for their status as chosen ones. Over the years, this reverence for their kind would become a full-fledged religion led by the bearers themselves, a development that would prove fateful. The diverse nations of the time were unanimous of their disapproval of the foundings of the church, with the Fories for years welcomed bearers into positions of power and thrones, structure of saint trusting of an organization led by bearers for bearers. Efforts were immediately made to chasten the church and its followers, banning members from holding office, evicting adherents from their homes, and breaking up the meeting by force. The church responded by forming a volunteer army to resist persecution, and yet it continued, creating a cycle of increasing bloodshed and rancor, a growing rift between those born with the blessing and those without. What began with beatings and street clashes would eventually spill over into an all-out war that consumed the greater part of the twins for nigh a generation and decimated the population of men, bears both. The deluge of blood that sustained the land crimson and left an even more lasting mark upon the minds of the Valisthenian people. After the bearers' last resistance was crushed, the nations of Valisthea came together to sign the Continental Accord that initiated a system of slavery that persists across the realm to this day. Its well-known phrase, "bearers are other than humans," has its root in the bitter war of years before, being the unblessed's only excuse for a calamitous refusal to allow the bearers to decide of their own destinies.
This is it. But if what it says is true, I need to
that
get
makes
this back
sense,
to the hideaway.
because if you think about it, these guys are naturally able to use magic. So, at some point, they would be dominant.
We've been watching you from a distance, so to speak.
Subtle. I know who you are.
Then we need not waste time on introductions. Hand me the book. Leave it in our care and return to your life.
Your care? Do you mean to burn it or bury it?
That is not my decision to make. But by one means or another, its contents shall be removed from the common record.
Then I'll have to politely refuse. I won't let you erase our history.
Then we find ourselves at an impasse. Very well. The book can just as easily be pried from your dead hand.
This should be easy. That was a pathetic whimper.
Impressive. But we have other means. We shall claim the book yet.
Why do you want it so badly anyway?
It lays
I mean, it's
out
pretty
in
obvious.
certain terms the vanity and avarice of mankind. It tells the shameful history of the persecution and oppression of a gifted few by a giftless many. Would you say that this interpretation was correct?
I don't know.
You don't know. Your sword may be sharp, but your wits are dull. So let me answer for you. There is no correct interpretation of history. That a series of events took place may be proved beyond a doubt. But there can be no single, immutable explanation as to why they came to pass. It is a question of numbers and of belief. If enough people believe that a set of events occurred for a reason, that belief becomes the truth.
So you're trying to control the truth?
We are
trying to shape the narrative.
from themselves, from knowledge that would bring them naught but pain. That is all. You may keep the book for now. The world is small. We shall meet again. Until then.
Wait.
But you're gonna have to do a better job of trying to stop me.
Damn it. Let's get this back to Vivian. Perhaps she can explain what that was all about. Good girl.
Yeah, the most painful thing about these quests are the talking segments, but that one wasn't so bad because I at least found the whole narrative of historical conspiracies interesting. It makes sense, which is a good thing. Anything that can try to bring sense of this narrative and fill in the blanks is a blessing. Because it is kind of weird just thinking about the idea that these guys that can use magic are getting their asses kicked by dudes who need crystals to access it. It really does feel like I should have everything unlocked at least. Okay. That's what was meant.
This must be the orphanage. Hopefully the registry is still here. Conditioning. Disposed of. Herman wasn't exaggerating. This reads like a suicide note. Did the director go through with his plan? to find out.
TikTok's not gonna like the use of that word, but TikTok's also on its dire straits, so who cares? Well, that's a weird way to take yourself out the equation. So where did they get buried? So I just grope around until I see something I can interact with.
A forked white tree. This must be the place. Could he really be buried here? There's something hidden among the roots. Let's see. This must be the registry.
Hans, Alfred, Franz, Paulina, Bruno, Johanna, Reinhard, Marta, Lothar, Dietrich.
So many names. This place was a slaughterhouse. And where is the architect of all this misery? It was only a matter of time, I suppose. This place is cursed.
Now that I have like a really good weapon. It's actually pretty easy to beat do like nearly 50k damage without trying.
Let's try. Too slow.
So if you skip all the dialogue, this isn't so bad.
Doris is waiting for me near Balmung Dark. The longer she's out in the open, the more likely she is to be found by a Kashik. I need to hurry.
just constantly revising my bread and butter to be crustier. Lack of a better term.
There were no guards, I take it.
None manning the gates, no. It's a different story inside, though. The corridors are crawling with Akashic. Most likely guards left behind when the wardens ran. If Chadwick was being held here, I worry that he may already be.
Don't give up hope just yet, but let's move quickly. Let me check the ground floor. The ether's thickest there.
Then I'll search the upper level. Good luck, Sid. Stay safe.
Just how bad are the floods inside the walls? Locked up tight. So this place was no ordinary prison. And I doubt that.
Looks more like a coliseum. Like I can imagine fighting Yazamat, but with 58 million HP, it wouldn't be a pleasant encounter. And limited healing. Didn't even realize Joshua was still here. I feel kind of bad. My son Joshua, I don't really like notice him in these side quests. Just Clive and Torgal.
They were feeding bearers to it. This is even worse than I'd feared. Minimal loss of Waluda lives. And what happens when they run out of bearers? Even the Imperials take better care of their branded than that. Nothing but Akashic down here. Hopefully things are looking better upstairs.
Bottom Abyss is a lot harder to take seriously when you think about all this stuff. This is his kingdom, you gotta keep in mind, and this is how he was running his slave ship. And he had the nerve to do, sound like some righteous motherfucker. Is this your king? Yeah, I don't really fucks with Bottom Abyss anymore. I mean, he's into that freaky roleplay. He's probably gonna be a fun dude to be around, but This is what he likes to do. He has the nerve to complain about the iniquities of mankind. It's you, man. It's like that SpongeBob meme with Patrick looking for a wanted guy, and then he matches the description. He's really searching for himself. But yeah, again, ultimately they want to make slaves out of everyone. They're not in these places. That's Ultima's vision.
No luck downstairs. But I did find out that this place was more than just a prison. Something far more sinister was happening here.
I know. I've been reading some of these documents, and it can't be true, can it? Bearers die every day in service of their masters, but this is so much worse. Pitting bearers against a wild beast armed with nothing but their wits. And all in order to bring about more death. And not just those who could fight, but the elderly, children even. And those who wouldn't or couldn't were disposed of.
I mean, we went to that one Sambresk town where they were pranking bears by feeding them to wolves. That was ridiculous. It was pretty much the same as this.
Did you find anything else?
A key. But it doesn't fit any of the locks on this floor.
Perhaps it will fit one of the doors downstairs. There's a corridor I haven't searched yet. Finish up here, then come and find me when you're ready.
All right. I'll be there in a moment.
Yeah, it seems like this is all going to shift in a few. I'm predicting that from here on out the side quests start to get a little bit less dense. We're kind of through the muck of it. I've only done 3 so far.
Let's see what we can find down here.
There's still like 11 to go through, but I'm thinking it's gonna get a little lighter on.
Survivor. She sounds close.
Real close, but before that, let me pick something up. Clutch mine.
be afraid. Are you alone? Are there any other survivors?
Some of the guards, they're still here. But something's wrong with them. Everyone else was eaten by the monster.
Of course there were.
Thank the Founder.
It was worth our coming. But I'd rather we didn't linger. Are you ready?
Ready when you are. You poor thing. He must have been terrified.
Did Chadwick send you?
What?
He fought the monster. Distracted it so I could run away. He must have sent you. He promised to free the others too. Where is he? He opened your cell, didn't he? He wouldn't be here otherwise.
Chadwick.
Was that?
Monster's back! Chadwick, help!
We have to get out of here.
Of course it'd be a motherfucker named Chad.
All right. You put that bearer-eating bastard in the ground.
It's out there waiting for me. I can't let it live. Not if it's got a taste for bearers.
It's a hunt now.
The beast will wreak havoc if it ever leaves the prison. I can't let that happen.
He said, never mind, fuck that attack. He did like, cancel. They had a hit on this motherfucker.
Finally.
Sid, are you hurt?
I'm fine. I think.
No.
What is it?
A diary. I gave it to Chadwick before we went our separate ways. He was here. Do you think that creature?
I'm sure he fought bravely to the last. The girl is safe thanks to him.
Chadwick. You fool.
Come on. We have to get her back to the hideaway. We don't want his sacrifice to have been in vain.
No. Of course not. I'll
Is
see
it gonna
that she's
fade to
looked
black?
after from now on. It's the least I can do.
Well, another way has been opened, so... Yeah, I saw like he busted something open so we can go for one of the gates and get something cool.
In days. I hope she's recovering from her ordeal.
She is. Slowly but surely. She's far tougher than she looks. I think.
I mean,
If we hadn't.
she was stranded there for likely days.
Sorry we weren't able to save Chadwick.
There's no need to apologize. Without your help, I would never have found out what happened to him. How he fought to the bitter end to save her. To save Haida Marie. That's the man I remember. The man I thought of as a brother.
I wish I could have met him. I'd like to hear more about your past. If you don't mind, that is.
I don't.
Of course.
But I can always get the scene.
My former master. She trained Chadwick and I to do two things. Kill and obey.
But you're also trained to like read up on stuff.
But no bid was ever high enough to convince her to part with us. For years we were her daggers in the shadows. But we could never quite shake our doubts about the things she made us do. And then, one day, we just couldn't do them anymore. So we escaped. But staying together was out of the question. They would have found us too easily. After so many years of training, the pull to serve was always strong. It scared me to think he might have taken another master, become a dagger in someone else's hand.
But even in captivity, the battles he fought were his own. And he died not as someone's tool, but as a hero.
Haida Marie is proof of that. Bearers can cast off their shackles. And the Cursebreakers will show them how. I'll fight until my dying breath to see it done. For Chadwick, and for all of us.
Now I see the Defender +2, it's crazy that some people claim that the ultimate weapon was going to just trivialize the final boss, but it's only 30 points higher than what I have on me at this present moment.
Whatever should I write next? A love story, perhaps? But with a happy ending, of course.
So where do I want to go?
I hear that you traveled to Ash. Sid, did you by any chance recover the names of my fallen friends?
I did. Yes.
If I may, the bearer registry.
I'm gonna learn this motherfucker's backstory too, and I just met him. This is gonna eat.
Man, he got no worse than he deserved.
The registry was all I found beneath the tree. There was no sign of a body, nor any record of what happened to the children after the orphanage closed.
I pray that at least some of them survived. All their names are here. The ones we lost. My friends. My light in those dark times. I can still remember their faces, like it was yesterday. Children who were taken from their bunks in the morning, never to return. No explanation ever offered.
They'd be happy to know that you survived, Herman.
But why did I make it out alive, when so many others died in that awful place?
It's not your fault. And blaming yourself won't bring them back. Honor their memory. See that their names live on. That way, at least. They're never truly gone.
Thank you. Sid, I'm going to write a book. An account of the horrors of Badbach, and the spirit of those its custodians sought to crush. All of Valisthea will know of our suffering, and in the name of those I lost, I will not let it happen again.
Neither will I.
These records would have been buried for all eternity, were it not for you. Thank you.
So, there's a new mother.
Do you suppose it's magic?
Has Mitadol mentioned a new project yet?
Oh, I wasn't expecting you back. You earned this. All done?
Will I finally have something else to put on? I don't know if that's better. So 5% based on the damage that I deal. Is that really better? It depends on the type of hit I'm doing, I guess.
Vivian. I found it. The book you lost.
You found it. Thank you, Clive. Even though I asked this of you, I was not entirely sure it would be possible. I feared the executors had seized every copy.
I met with one of these executors, and I convinced him to let me keep it. He told me something. That the truth is just a matter of collective belief. And that if enough people believe a lie, that lie becomes the truth.
It does. But it also means that the truth is not immutable, that it can be changed, provided that those who wish to change it can convince enough people that their perspective is the correct one. As the sad history of the bearers proves.
You said that the book inspired you to become a scholar.
It did. Or its author, rather. She was a heretic, you see. A firebrand and a dissenter. A gallows stood ready for her in every corner of the realm. And by shunning society, or perhaps being shunned by it, she stumbled upon a truth so potent that an entire realm trembled at the prospect of its utterance. I, too, have always felt somehow set apart from the world of men. A stranger to my own species. She taught me that my solitude was not a curse, but a gift. And that, though my journey to the truth might be a lonely one, what I found at my destination...
So she's a special snowflake.
Do you still feel that way? That you're not... one of us?
Honestly, I'm not entirely sure anymore. Since coming to the hideaway, I find my thinking somewhat clouded. Perhaps the result of studying mankind from a rather closer perspective than I had intended. But the more I study, the more I find value in this perspective. In looking not from the outside, but from within. So if you'll permit me, I'd like to continue my work here. Remember, Clive, when enough people believe, belief begets truth. Give the men and women of this benighted world the gift of truth. Make them believe in you, as I do.
I'll try, Vivian. I'll try.
So what do I want to upgrade next? Reset. As weird as it sounds, I'm not going to be getting any new tech. Just for duration of this game. It might do me better to just hold off on all of this and because I'm not getting the DLC, I'm not going to get Leviathan and the Ultima abilities. It'd be better for me to just hold off on holding off and try to collect as much AP as possible to get everyone filled to the brim. It doesn't take much AP to max everything out. Only thing is that early game is a little stingier.
Still alive, are ya? Coin purse weighing you down? You're rubbing me blind, you know.
No I'm not, man.
First the skies. Of great Griga herself. I'm sure we'll be fine. Sid's back, isn't he?
Trouble with your gear, or what do you want?
Trouble with my heart, I want you. Okay. Still no dark steel.
That it? Fine.
fuck do I have to say dumb sh... It's 35 points, so it might feel significant. Might be a difference between like one combo.
It's usually me making demands of Hippocrates. I wonder what this is about.
I do feel like using the restroom though. Let me be honest about that. I got a new thing of swag. I'll be back. Let me take a bathroom break. See, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, so many 9, 10, 11. So there's 11 things I need to get. I had a feeling that the TV was gonna... I was just thinking about resetting the TV and then boom, I see the blue text box.
Lawsman Hippocrates. I received your note.
Ah, yes. I expect you're wondering what this is all about.
You spoke of making amends with Dion, but I can't imagine what for.
Then I should begin by telling you that I was once his tutor. This was some years ago, of course, before I joined Sid in his hideaway. At that time, I was counted among the foremost scholars of Oriflamme, and was accordingly invited to the palace to supervise the young prince's education, all to ensure that the future emperor had a firm grounding in, well, everything an emperor should. History, religion, commerce, government. Alas, our time together was cut short when Dion left to join the Dragoons. His studies no longer being deemed necessary. I had not expected to meet with him again, least of all here.
Have you spoken with him?
No, I have yet to find the right moment. His Highness always seems so preoccupied, especially when alone. I would not wish to disturb his ruminations with idle words of greeting, not when I know he dwells upon the evil Ultima had him commit in the Dominion.
The guilt weighs heavily on him, I know, but as you say, that was Ultima's doing. Surely you can't blame yourself.
When I first met him, it was not guilt, but his people's expectations that weighed heavily upon him, and I did nothing to ease that burden. He bore it alone, until the day he could not bear it any longer. It is one of my greatest regrets that I only ever offered him my wisdom, and what he truly needed was friendship. The blame for Dion's transgressions lies not only on his shoulders, but on mine.
I'm ready to help you in any way that I can.
Then I beg that you bring me a wild... Apothecaries, fabulists, and fraudsters all, of course.
Well, it can't hurt. Where can I find this flower?
I've seen cultivated wyvern tails before, I trust. The lily-white blossoms from whose roots the poisonous ink for the brand is distilled. Well, those which grow in the wild differ only in their purple hue. The harsher the environment in which they are raised, the deeper the color. There is a waterfall in Rickmal's roost across the strait, where the flowers once grew in abundance. Whether they still survive there, I know not. But try as I might, I can find no likelier location.
It's all right. I'll find you a wyvern tail one way or another.
Thank you, Clive. And please, be safe.
Man, I was thinking about like my Twitter just now. So there's all these like pages where I used to like a lot of content, but I can't find my old likes now. It's so like irritating. Feels like I'm giving up a currency that's not really being used, unless I didn't like some of these and I was just kind of like gawked from afar. Will looter army captures this beast? The Jaw Dalmacia and Garnic will load. Balmung Dark and Garnic. Balmung Dark. Stop with an anime girl dancing, man. Oh, okay, so we already clapped this one. Let's see, Garnic and... So where is... I might not be reading this correctly. Garnet. So there's 2 more hunts. Since this is an S rank one, I assume I'm going to collect never, or Chalcom. Is this guy the S rank or the A rank? Okay, Behemoth King. I saw White Mage Serenia fight this guy. He did a better job than what I'm about to do.
Another of the royalist guard dogs. Quite a specimen it is too. Slow.
Okay, finally dodged that one correctly. That prevented me from getting torn up. I saved my ass. OG, man. Okay, I didn't know this dude was ready to, like, go all out like that. I mean, 5% of these hits would be like, you know, a little 50-something. I have to ask what the damage calc for this is. Gotcha. Playing style is so much worse now. This is what got my ass deep 6 last time. I need to like have a little bit of fun with this shit and like I need to have a little bit more. Just in case. Oh, man. Didn't need that last potion. But let's see, do I get an orichalcum?
No match for you, eh, Torgal?
That guy was a bit more interesting involved than the initial behemoth we fought. Those attack permutations did go a little wild. I tossed that last heal just in case I got hit with something else that was devastating, but I didn't need it. I lost last time because I didn't realize at phase 2 he was going to do the suicide attack from the previous phase. Well, the final phase or last ending of the storyline behemoth fight. He just kind of just does it on the reg and it doesn't hurt him because he's like away from it. His repertoire is unusual. I hate this UI so much. It's gonna be so good when I'm level 15. I don't have to worry about how much till I'm level whatever. Although if I did raise my level cap, then I'd probably be jumping into DLC territory just to get those levels. Some of this stuff is kind of whack. I'm glad I didn't get the DLC because I really just want to get to the end of this joint. This is exhausting.
No need to ride from here.
Gizmaloof, like the boss in Final Fantasy IX.
Harlan's madness lives on.
This is getting really exciting.
Rest in peace.
going next? Here? A tale to fucking tell?
Twinside's hundreds of leagues away. That'd mean the crystal...
Clive! Anything catch your eye? Always something in there.
There's something about it.
This lady sounds like she's about to take the one ring to rule them all. Sauron's ring.
Go on then.
You're rubbing me blind, you know. You'll not find a better price than that. Is that all?
What do you want?
Dark steel and an order chalcum. So we got 2 more hunts left to go, and then it'll all be over and done with. Two hunts, a metric fuck ton of side quests left, and after that it'll be pretty open for me. 3 days from now I'm going to do Final Fantasy 7 Ever Crisis, so that'll be like my 4th of July special stream. I don't know what it is about that game and streaming it during like special holidays, but hey, I guess it's because I don't get to have the living room to myself. I wouldn't mind transitioning more towards like laptop streams, although it's trickier for me to keep track of chat. Because there is no visual cue on screen if someone sends me a message. Although I could probably program one in if I get creative. Like if I take a widget or something.
Seems this place has been flooded twice over. Purple flowers blooming next to a waterfall. Shouldn't be too hard to find. Let's try.
I don't know which one I want to do less than the other. I guess I'll go to Sambresk, but Dalmekia, oof, I do not like that place.
Is it? Might at least have mentioned where in Northreach he'd be testing this
That
recruit.
Aladdin-looking dude just speaks. That nice guy Prince-looking dude speaks too much.
I would speak with this.
And both disses apply, man. Pretty light-skinned boy, man.
Your town needs you.
He can make a simple 5-word sentence into 7 paragraphs. Like he's a Hunter x Hunter character.
You have a moment, Clive.
What is it?
It's the Duke, unsurprisingly. His Eminence has assumed full control of the garrison and put every able-bodied man to work on the fortifications. The town was left all but unguarded, so Philippe was compelled to form a citizens' watch to fill the void. And though my dear boys have been characteristically willing to assist him in this, they want for bodies. So I was wondering if you would lend them your strength, that the people of Northreach might sleep easier, if only for a few nights.
Of course. Whatever you need.
Thank you, Clive. What would I do without you? Philippe told me he had men stationed at...
Where can I find the mistress of this establishment?
Here, my lady. To whom do I have the pleasure of speaking?
My name is Sabine, and it is my displeasure to be the daughter of the Duke of Oriflamme, who I understand is causing you and your town no small amount of trouble. I wish to speak to you about what might be done.
Very well. Let us speak. I trust you'll forgive me, Clive.
Absolutely. Our conversation can wait.
Please, proceed.
As you know, my father is a most overbearing and supercilious man, and I join you in objecting to his every action. Indeed, I owe you my thanks for continuing to argue against his reckless plans. Yet I fear he is not one to be swayed by reason. No. He must be made to face the consequences of his actions.
And who would make him do this?
I would. Myself and several other like-minded individuals. Were you to join us, we would surely have the strength to drive him from Northreach for good.
Does that not seem a trifle... drastic?
Drastic action is precisely what is called for. Unless you are content to see your people downtrodden and dispossessed. My father would have it that citizens exist only to serve the Empire. That they should be forced to make every sacrifice to ensure her revival. But he is wrong. It is not the people who must serve the Empire, but the Empire who must serve her people. He's always been like this. Scornful of the opinions of anyone he judged beneath him. But he cannot be allowed to ride roughshod over the common folk any longer. We must fight him. By all possible means.
Fight him? No. My purpose is to quell the tension in Northreach, not to stoke it. Respectfully, my lady. Our only chance of saving this town depends upon every one of us uniting against our common enemy. Your father and his followers included. While I understand your frustrations, I cling to the hope that he may yet be won round.
False hope, I assure you. But I see that your mind is made up. I shall bother you no longer. If you will extend me the same courtesy, I bid you good day.
She certainly has spirit.
Indeed. But unfortunately for us, that spirit is only likely to harden the Duke's resolve, which may be enough to seal the fate of this town. Not that she cares. This is all about her and her father.
Families.
I'm sorry, where were we? Ah, yes. I was about to tell you of Philippe's plans for the town watch. But perhaps it's better that you heard them from him. I believe he's in the market, if you'd be so kind as to seek him out.
Right away.
It's just a pity I cannot join you. I'd like to see the two of you in action together.
I don't know how many quests I've done so far, but it'd be nice if I can bring it down to double digits. I mean, single digits, I mean. It does feel like we have triple digits worth of quests in this game.
I saw the captain just now.
Main quests, side quests, sub quests, hunts.
What does the dame have to say about all this, I wonder?
So you are content to abandon the people to their fates?
I'm not abandoning anyone to anyone.
I'm nervous.
Well met, Sid. This is the initiate. Ember, present yourself.
At your service, Master.
Please, just Sid. There are no masters here. Your life is your own.
Oh, of course. Thank you, Sid. The sergeant says you'll be evaluating me at my trial.
To become a scout, yes. You are aware of the dangers inherent in that role.
I am. But I swore I'd face them. Just like the man who saved my life.
Who would that be?
Gav. It was him who found me and freed me. No magic, no support, just one man and his nose. Came and sniffed me out. It taught me what one man can do if he puts his mind to it.
I'm surprised that Gav motherfucker's still alive.
So that one day, I can be someone's savior, just like Gav was mine.
I'm sure he'd be flattered. You clearly have good intentions, Ember. And it sounds like you're under no illusions. Stick to this path and you'll make a fine cursebreaker.
So, what? Have I passed?
You haven't even started yet. Now listen. Not far from here is an Imperial lookout, Eastwatch. The guards there record all their sightings in a logbook. You are to find it and bring it here.
And bring it here, right. Anything else?
No. Sneaking into a heavily guarded Imperial outpost and stealing the logbook would be quite sufficient. You'll need to assess the situation, determine a point of entry, create a distraction and effect an escape, all without being discovered and thrown into an Imperial oubliette.
Ember, Gav isn't our best scout because he can do everything. It's It's essential that you know your limits.
Know my limits, right. I won't let you down.
It shouldn't be as dangerous as I made out. But keep a weather eye on him all the same, would you?
On my way. All right, Ember. Impress me. These are clean kills. Perhaps young Ember really is ready. Or maybe not.
And then we see his body yeeted, his dead body yeeted, man, that'd be some wild shit.
Ember, draw your sword!
I was thinking straight out of Family Guy.
I can't! Then run! If you want him, you'll have to go through me.
I hate this.
Ember, are you... Gone. Of course. Scouts really are a rare breed. Back to Northreach it is then.
You gonna cry in the car. You know what? It's time. Maybe if I level this up to like plus 10%, it'll be the stuff of killers. I'm just not sure if like a plus 7 item is inferior to it. making too much of an effort. I can just teleport my way to where I need to go.
He'd have our coin, our stock and our stores, and we're just supposed to have...
So you're content to abandon the people to their fate?
I didn't expect you back so soon. Where is Ember? How did he fare?
I thought I'd find him with you. He must have fled. I followed him to Eastwatch, where I found him being set upon by a wild Avis. He was just standing there. Didn't even draw his sword. I had to step in and take care of things. By the time I had, he was nowhere to be seen. I assumed he'd set off in your direction, but apparently not.
I'm sorry, Sid. I knew the boy had a nervous streak, but he seemed like...
The right man for the job? I believe this is the logbook you tasked me with retrieving.
How did you... Don't you tell me you breached the tower while Sid was busy saving your skin.
What? Wasn't that what you asked me to do? To bring the thing back without getting caught?
He has you there, Nazaire.
Okay, so he's a clever little munchkin.
Sid,
he did what he thought was best. And now I have to decide whether I agree.
Of course. We'll await your evaluation back at the hideaway. Don't you leave my sight.
Yes, Sergeant.
This won't be an easy decision.
Stores, and we're just supposed to hand the whole lot over?
What other choice do we have?
So you are content to abandon... Please, I beseech you. If you are a true son of Northreach, you must fight to defend your home.
That's exactly what I am doing, milady. Trying to, at least. The land is crawling with fiends. Someone has to keep watch.
Even when our true enemy is hiding in the garrison? Fine. You're not the only able-bodied man in Northreach. Thank you so much for your help.
She cornered you too, then?
Could hardly get a word in edgeways. Like father, like daughter, eh?
She made an uninvited appearance at the Vale earlier, hoping to convince the Dane to join her in fomenting rebellion.
This lady thinks she's in Final Fantasy XIV, I can't blame her. But she should realize there's no cat boys or cat girls around.
Our mutual friend thought you might welcome some help.
Oh, she did she? Right as always. In fact, you're just the man. We've had some reports, you see.
I remember when they had like the Vieira Badudes this time around. And on the Fediverse, dudes were getting turned out left and right because of it.
See what's what?
Right. Where should I look?
You know,
I would think, damn, I thought you guys liked women. What's happening now, man?
I'm on my way.
You're horny on the timeline on Maine.
Look into one of the other sightings. Let's rendezvous back here later.
Good girl. Damn it. The reports were true. I need to stop them before they get to the town.
Oh, these guys look tanky. Let me stop playing. It's you?
Test, Ultima.
Clive, it's me. Are you alright?
I am. But it seems the reports were true. The thralls have returned. I dispatched the few that I found, though.
Well, there's something, I suppose. But what were they doing south of town? They all came from the north last time. We might be able to fend off an attack from one side or the other, but from both?
Do you have eyes in the north?
Some. I should probably go and have a look, though, just to be sure. You head back to Northreach. I want you there just in case war breaks out while I'm away.
What do you mean?
Her ladyship's been busy working her magic on the townspeople, stirring up ill feeling towards her father. But she'll have her marching on the barracks if we're not careful.
What? This is exactly what the Dane was afraid of. I'll do what I can to calm things down. Be careful out there, all right?
Don't worry, I'm not like you. One sniff of those things and I'm running back to town screaming blue murder.
Do you not see, Father? The people of Northreach have given enough, and only a fool would ask for more.
Listen to me, Sabine. Where would our people be without their country, hmm? The Empire is their sword and their shield. It is she that ensures they can live without fear. And now she teeters on the brink. Without their sword, how will the people fight? Without their shield, how will they protect their kin? Can the unarmed stand against the advancing hordes? No. But there is yet hope. A new shield, a new sword. A new empire. We can rebuild Sandbreck, just as great Grieger wills it.
Dion needs to go back as soon as he can.
Not if it is built on the broken backs of the people.
Please, let us not quarrel in the street. You must see that no good will come of this. Our fight is not with each other, but with the threat that draws ever closer to our gates. A threat that your sword has yet to rid us of, Your Eminence.
You will hold your tongue, whore.
He says that shit like a black youngster. Whore?
Your daughter's opinions are her own, as you would know if you had ever deigned to listen to her. At least I hope they are your opinions, and not posturing born of a family feud. Northreach deserves better than that.
Northreach deserves better than you, Carla. Yes, I know who you are. The slut of Twinside who bedded a branded.
Jealous, are you? That a woman might choose a bearer over a pious man of Griga.
Clive! I met a swarm of thralls coming.
This man is gonna come for the TOS on my channel. Damn.
Work on the fortifications has scarcely begun.
He's talking crazy, and I was talking crazy a lot. Borderline hate speech throughout this stream, but this man is out here trying to be Paw Patrol.
Heartfelt plea. Let us make our stand here and protect our homes. Protect those that we love. Together for Northreach.
You heard the dame. What are we waiting for? Pikemen to the gates. Archers to the roofs. Quickly, come on!
But she is about to...
This is a very and everyone clapped Tumblr meme scenario.
Her to the gates of hell.
But she does run shit de facto around here, not this dude. Especially with the captain, or former captain at her beck and call.
The men have their orders, and they look like following them. I got them spaced out at regular intervals. Whichever direction the thralls strike from, there'll be someone there to meet them.
Thank you, Philippe. Rest assured the people will play their part. The herbalist has donated her stock of medicines to me. Should any of your men be injured, take them to the Vale. We'll see to them there.
Thank you, milady. I will.
I'll play my part too. You still want for numbers. Unlike the enemy. I only hope I can go some way to evening the odds. Philippe, can I leave the south in your hands? I doubt the thralls by the lake were the last of their number.
Of course. I'll lead a party down that way so we don't get taken by surprise. What about you?
I'll make my way up the road to Oriflamme. I fought a few of these things. While I can't promise to hold them all back, I should be able to thin the herd.
All right, but take care.
Thank you, both of you.
You can thank us when it's over.
Till then, madame.
This questline is just like this section of the game's main story. It could all end just now, but they want to drag things out just so they can be a little bit more impactful. They want to really put it on a higher note. It's like The Undertaker in those last few years in WWE. He was just trying to find a way to end his career on a high note. It's too bad when the streak ended, it was in a match where he was concussed pretty early on. Maybe even before the match began.
There are so many of them.
Because that was a booty-ass match. And not for the same reasons as his like later bad matches, like the one with Roman Reigns, where the hip implant was just kind of no longer functional. iframe boost.
Is it over? No. It's only just begun. Nice try. That looks to be the last of them. I wonder how the others fared. Better hurry back to town. Come on, Torgal.
Clive, it's good to see you.
And you. The road to Oriflamme is clear. How did you and your men fare?
Well, we ended up fighting for our lives down by the lake. Took a few nicks, but nothing the girls of the Vale can't put right.
Glad to hear it.
Well, it seems we've survived. For the time being, at least. I thank you both for answering the call.
You were right. And I was wrong. About everything. I had thought that the only way to unite the people was under the banner of Empire. That without a strong hand to guide them, they would drift apart. To be borne hither and yon by the eddying currents of fate. But you brought them together. Not by force, nor by the exercise of goddess-given authority, but by simply being one of them. By knowing...
Okay, so this guy learned about populism.
Because you feel it yourself.
Our purpose was ever the same, Your Eminence. You were merely distracted by a loftier vision of empire and glory, while our eyes beheld matters closer to home.
You have the right of it again. As did you, Sabine. His Radiance said it himself. Sanbreque...
See, I like this 90s style, like...
I forgot that.
The moral of the story is... I'm glad I learned this lesson. Shit, but... y'all need to shut the fuck up, we get it.
How I felt. But my
Okay, we get it.
the better of me.
Do not blame yourself, my dear. This was my doing.
Everyone's taking accountability, cool. We need that in real life. We don't necessarily need that in,
Your ladyship, I do
you
not
know,
doubt that you came
this
here with
long-ass
the best of
RPG.
intentions, but I believe the same could be said of us all. We all want safety, security, prosperity.
This game is probably going to be better if you just skip all the cutscenes, to be honest.
And we may yet achieve it. If only we work together. Will you join us in this?
Yes. We shall.
Thank you, Your Eminence.
Like, as an allegory, I like this story and what it means about the needs of the people in the midst of a crisis.
Madam Isabel is a
Especially because we're in the midst of a crisis at this moment, and there's
I see.
division
Men like me
that's unnecessary. Some that's unnecessary here in this civilization.
If only I'd listened to her when I had the chance.
Forgive me for saying so, milady, but you still do. The dame said it herself. We can turn things around. We just have to work together. And that goes for you, too. You're one of us now.
One of you.
Well said, Captain. Let this be a new beginning. Not only for Sandbreck, but for us.
Well, since there's nothing more to be done here, I should see if Isabel needs any help moving the wounded.
Can we get you anything?
This questline does not want to end.
I saw several soldiers being carried to the Vale.
How goes the treatment of the wounded? I'll be happy to man one end of a stretcher if it would help.
You've helped quite enough for one day, Clive. Thank you.
Don't mention it.
Oh, but I must. After all you've done for this town, it is the very least you deserve.
Tell me, if Northreach had fallen, what would you have done? A woman of your means could find a home anywhere in the realm, but I sense you would rather have died here.
It's a long story.
For you, madame, I have all the time in the world.
Very well. Long ago, I had a life in the Crystalline Dominion. I was Carla then, courtesan to the nobility. So sought after was I that it was only they who could afford my time. Alas, those halcyon days were not to last. For naive as I was, I fell in love with a bearer. He was my master's guard, the gentlest man I have ever known. After they discovered us together, he was whipped bloody and forbidden from ever looking at me again. And so we fled. Not that we had anywhere to flee to. We wandered, aimless and starving, half dreading, half praying that the next day would be our last. Until we found ourselves here, in Northreach. It was the Vale that took us in, that fed us, clothed us, and healed our hurts. Those that could be healed at least. My love was already too far gone.
He passed away.
He did. Not long after we arrived. But at least we were able to share a few moments of peace before the end. It was the greatest gift I have ever received. But the generosity of this town and her people did not end there. The men and women of the Vale supported me through my grief. Shared in it, though I was still a stranger to them. They treated me sister. And so I swore that I would always do the same.
Okay, so I have a much better impression of her. She was being kind of weird in the beginning, but that's probably because she was keeping up appearances.
Thank you, Isabel, for sharing this with me.
You're a lot like him, you know. Perhaps that is why I have such a soft spot for you. Never
This is why Joe was glaring at you.
And I shan't either. I know.
You need to stop with that shit.
Both reach together, but our efforts will be rewarded. Just look at us now. The people, the soldiers, even the Duke of Oriflamme and his daughter, all united in defense of this town that we have come to call our home. And what of you? Can we count on your support too?
Always.
Okay, so we have almost everything we need to finesse ourselves a new sword. Ship has been delivered to.
Still alive, are ya? You're rubbing me blind, you know.
You sound tight that I'm still alive.
Yep. What do you want?
Okay, so I need some dark steel. I don't know where I can find that, but
Anything else?
that was not the quest I expected would deliver onto me another, what's his face? I didn't think I'd get another Order Chalcum from that one. There was like no difficult fights in that one, just easy fights. So 2, 3, 6, 9, 10. So we got 10 more to get. I wouldn't mind reading all of these at a later time, but at this present moment, I kind of just want to get on.
There's something out here.
You should have seen. Welcome back, Sid.
Welcome back, Sid.
Yes. Welcome back. Trip wasn't too much of a pain in the arse, I hope.
So I gotta evaluate this guy.
Truth be told, it was me who suggested roping you in to help with the trial. But from what I hear, things didn't go quite as planned.
No, they most certainly did not. Ember lost his nerve in the face of a beast of prey, but he didn't lose heart. He pressed on, and he achieved his aim. And is that not what we ask of our scouts?
So we have a choice here. That's pretty interesting.
Thank you for your honest appraisal, Sid. The fact remains, however, that Ember will not always have a battle-hardened warrior on hand to pluck him from the jaws of peril. All I have gleaned from this trial is that without someone watching his back, Ember is little more than a liability.
Wait, Sergeant. Ember still has much to learn, it's true. And this time he was found wanting. But I'd say he's due a second chance, nonetheless. After all, he did do as you asked.
With a bit of hard work, any hand can be made to hold a blade, and any mind can conquer its fears. But But a scout's nose is different. You've either got one, or you ain't. And by sniffing out that log, young Ember here has shown he has a conch and a half. Wouldn't do to waste it now, would it?
Fine. One more chance.
I'll do whatever you ask. I'll spend my days and nights in the pit if I have to. I'll show you. Just you wait.
Daft as a brush, that one. But his heart's in the right place. Just like someone else we know. And if you ask me, we've been leaning on him for far too long. That time the curse breakers took some of the weight off his shoulders, I reckon.
Gus, you mean?
Just don't tell Gav I said so, will you?
Oh, Gav.
Don't have him thinking he's been hard done by. Next thing you know, he'll be asking for a day off. Chance would be a fine thing. Back to work.
Forgive me, Sid. This did not play out as I expected.
Things really do these days. But that's why we need men like Ember more than ever. Men who can make the best out of a bad situation. Remember that.
I will, Sid.
Ember sounds like a bearer pseudonym. Okay, so that's my goal for the day. Hit 3 level ups. 3 across the board. Okay, this is more of what I'm looking for. And now we got some more hunts. How many more hunts? 2. So Cape Orser and the Penitence Gate. I've been trying to
You alright?
Something troubling you?
No more than usual. It's just... Eddie's baby will be coming soon, and I wanted to make something for it.
I'm sure
I knew it. This guy's about to be a stepfather.
Families would always make gifts when a bairn was on the way. Yeah, I'll let the little tykes know they were welcome in their new homes, like.
So, what's the problem?
Well, the problem is that Ed is due any day now. I don't know if I'll be ready in time.
Is there anything I can do to help?
You know, there just might be.
All right then. What exactly are we making?
A good luck charm. But not just any good luck charm.
Not just any.
No. One made
I feel like there was a Kingdom Hearts subplot that was like this in one of the gacha games.
In all the realm, or so we used to say back home anyway. Thing is, they're hard to come by. Had Otto and Karen check with their suppliers, but nothing. I try and track one down myself, only...
Only the big day is fast approaching. And that's all you need, a feather.
That or the bird whose arse it's attached to, aye. I was gonna start by asking around with traveling traders plying the northern borders.
Well, there's no shortage of those passing through Martha's. I think I might make that my first port of call. I'll let you know if I find anything.
You're a good friend, Clive. I won't forget this.
Okay, so Cape Orser. police company, so... And there was like a place that was called something gate. So is it the Trader's Gate? Because Cape Orser, I feel like I've repeated that enough that it's hardwired into my memory. Comparatively speaking, mid-wired, I should say. The Penitence Gate. Wait. Neither one of those, I think, is Dhalmekia. Those are both Sambrek, I think. Okay. Cape Orser and Penitence Gate. That's the Penitence Gate, and this is Cape. So, we're gonna get this done quickly. This guy's posted up like that with the first static. He was waiting on my ass to warp here. Yeah, I didn't dodge a single attack of his. But let's see. Not the thing I was looking at.
Dion would have been glad to have you back at his side. Let's go.
Yeah, I only won that fight because I was just healing and I was doing pretty well on the offensive end. Aside from that, I was getting hit by a lot of his attacks. I wasn't getting like wombo comboed or anything of that nature, but that was not like a masterclass performance. We're kind of on our way down. Focus on
Caution, brother.
Cape or Sarah. So around here there has to be our final adversary. Who's that over there in the distance? Yeah, he's not acknowledging my existence. This is the final adversary. Alright, let's see. Do we get Dark Steel? There you go. So we won't just be getting that trophy, we'll be getting something else real soon.
Trouble with your gear, or so will it be? No scratches, right?
So, just like that, I really don't have to worry about checking my equipment ever again. What I have on right now, that's exactly what I need to have.
Clive. Coin purse weighing you down? You're rubbing me blind, you know.
Being broke is weighing me down.
Oarsman, I found the flowers you were looking for.
You did?
I think I did.
You did indeed. My dear boy, thank you.
You wanted to make Dion a gift of one, did you not? Shall I invite him to join us?
Oh, I don't...
It's no trouble. I'll go and fetch him.
This man is shy as hell.
Your Highness, would you do me the honor of accompanying me?
No. It is time, then.
No. Only to the shelves. Our lawsman has something he'd like to give you.
Master Hippocrates. No. I dare not show my face before him. Not after everything I have done. I have taken countless innocent lives. And ruined countless more. All because I was weak.
Oh, because Clive's mom was out of pocket. And Ultima was out of pocket. And your daddy was out of pocket. So you crashed out.
I fear that my resolve might falter.
Then that is all the more reason to do it. Test your resolve. Prove to yourself and to him how strong it truly is.
You are right. I must at the very least offer him my gratitude. Very well then. Take me to him.
Follow me.
What time is it right now? I'm breaking your immersion like crazy, aren't I?
Even now.
You guys must hate watching my shit. This guy keeps reminding me that this is a video game.
You'd be surprised.
Checking the time, trophy list, battery on my controller. No wonder this guy's always getting killed by easy bosses. He's a wimp. He can't get his head in the game at all. Just like Zac Efron in that movie. Troy or whatever his character's name was.
Pray. Accept my apologies for leaving your tutelage before my studies were complete. Your lessons opened my mind to a world quite unlike the one I had imagined from within the gilded confines of the palace. And I shall be forever grateful for the efforts you made to enlighten me.
Lift up your head, Your Highness. The deeds of youth require no apology. That you took the time to visit me says much about the man you have become. Now, there is something I would like to show you.
Is that a wyvern tail? The color is unfamiliar to me.
Because it is unique to those found in the wild. Something in the harsh environments in which they grow lends them this striking hue. Their roots are indistinguishable from those of their hothouse cousins, but once they bloom, the difference is immediately apparent. In this flower, I see you, Your Highness.
He's trying to say he knows your elegance.
But they do not define it. Just as yours do not define you. I want you to have it, that it might remind you of this truth.
Master Harpocrates, I would ask of you a service. Keep your gift until I have fulfilled my duty to the realm, for only then shall I be deserving of it.
As you wish, Your Highness. I shall await your return.
Our roots do not define us. No wonder my stepmother didn't like him.
At least you guys have that to bond over.
With memories I had thought long lost. I shall not forget this.
Those kids are looking at him like the way children often look at the Zesties.
Were it not for you, I fear I might never have found the right moment to speak with him. Not to mention the wyvern tales.
I don't want people thinking I got some beef with Dion. I actually like that character though. I'm surprised that he managed to stay in the plot for this long. He didn't get discarded.
Bloomed in the bleak, black wastes of Waloed. I'm sure Nigel's yard will suit them to a T. When it comes to expressing one's gratitude, I find that words are seldom sufficient. Here.
What's this?
One time he gave you like a black and red flower.
Or more precisely, my Stolas quill. 'Tis said that an owl's feathers are steeped in the wishes it hears over its long lifetime. All those words just waiting to pour out onto the page. So consider this my wish for you. That one day you may put down your sword and pick up that pen.
Well, when that day comes, I'll certainly have a lot to write about. Thank you, Harpocrates. It shall have pride of place in my chamber.
I heard that like in either 14 or 16, the stories of Final Fantasies 5 and 6 are stories that exist just in a book somewhere. I'll have to verify. If it's in 14, then it'll be tricky for me to verify because 14 is so... Ugh. I mean, watching people play, it has like a vibe and I enjoy playing it myself, but if I was streaming it, it would feel laborious. This I probably would like more if I was playing it casually. see, 1, 2, 3. And then for this region, 1. Okay, so pretty much just 4 things going on in this region. I gotta mess around with that. What's my trophy? I did not think I would get this much content completed in this game. Not that I'm... Let's see. Not that I'm like really close to being done with everything in this game. Believe me, that's not the case at all, but... Oof. The way things are playing out, I might just have like... Well, I will have at least 30 trophies. What do I want to do now? First, I want to save. And I got 2 level ups left to go before I hit the cap. This is like my first time putting the new sword to the test, so let's see how it works. Well, I guess it's a stronger sword. That's all I have to say about it.
It's still here. After all these years. A lot smaller than I remember. And you were a lot bigger. You might have to swim, boy. I wasn't being serious.
You two go on without me. I doubt that boat will hold a third.
If you're sure, we won't be long. Hop in, boy.
It's interesting seeing him participate in the dialogue in these quests. I kind of miss the former law firm guy that became obsessed with revenge and then decided that was a bad idea after committing it.
This place hasn't changed at all. The rookery's right through those trees. Come on. Race you there?
At least like his questline was a bit more interesting. Although I did remember getting a little annoyed by the dialogue bogging everything down.
Here we are. This was our hideaway. Wasn't it, Torgal?
See, I like Kiseki style long dialogue, although I do tend to skip over sometimes just because the Kiseki games have these well thought out worlds, and Kiseki is part of Legend of Heroes, which is, since Gagar, meant to be more like a dialogue driven series. Same with Neptunia. Those are all about the jabbering.
Coming here helped me to forget who I was. Or wasn't. Prince, shield. Son his mother could love. Had I been any one of those things? Perhaps.
But you know, Final Fantasy is not really like a yapping series. It's very much story driven. After
This is all from the castle.
2, I guess.
Did you bring these here? My sparring sword. Well. You never stopped looking for me, did you, boy? Thank you, Torgal.
Be nice if we could get his original starter sword.
For never forgetting.
Although it's too small for him now.
Let's take this with us, shall we? So I don't forget either.
There's something else he wants to show me?
That's not the way back to the boat, Torgal. All right. I'm coming. I think I know where we're going. People always talk about the importance of putting the past behind you. But without it, we wouldn't be who we are today. And we certainly couldn't steer our way to a better tomorrow. Come on, Torgal. Let's go home.
Well, we came with our quest giver, so we don't gotta worry about this guy saying, well, you gotta do a little bit more, you gotta report to me. I am just glad that I don't gotta open up that menu anymore. The RPG is done for now. 2 level ups? What's that? Nothing.
It's well. After what happened here. It's a miracle there was any left at all. This should be enough. Let's hope one of the merchants here has what Gav needs. Excuse me. I'm looking for something.
Oh, well, then I'm your man.
A silver chocobo feather.
Oh, or maybe not. Though you're not the first to mention the bird around here. There was a man stopped by the rest not long ago, claiming he was attacked by a silver chocobo near some guide hovel not far from Eastpool. Most took him for a braggart and a liar, but who knows? Perhaps there was some truth to his tale.
We'll see. Thank you.
I'm gonna have to kill a chocobo for this dude's little gift, man. Well, it's not like it was like a Disney creature. It wasn't friendly. It was out for blood.
Much obliged. There you go. Much obliged. There you go. Thanks very much. Much obliged. There you go. Much obliged. There you go. Thanks very much. Much obliged. There you go. Much obliged. Take care out there, eh?
Just because they have...
Buying CDs like it's nobody's business.
Let's get this stone set.
Did you hear they're rebuilding?
Ray Gordon's Better Off Single channel. He's been uploading videos in rapid succession. I guess now that he's in supposedly a hospice service. I mean, he seems to be in his own crib because that does not look like a service building. But I guess he's got his nurse and he's
You've the look of a man who could do with a new whetstone, or perhaps a
checked out.
in the vice.
But he's dropping a lot of content, man. He's thinking about tournaments, Legacy. He's dropping videos talking about things that I've been thinking about for quite some time.
No one has seen a silver
Voicing my own
years.
opinions for me.
Word is they were all hunted for their feathers. Some northern nonsense about bringing good luck. Didn't bring them much, nor their bows. If any are still out there,
I mean, what he's been saying about the banks has been on point.
to be discovered.
You're probably right. Thank you anyway.
Like I said with the debt ceiling thing, the United States, when it comes to pretty much printing out a lot of money, that's the only time that they're scared when it's wartime, when they can't do that. They don't mind a conflict with anyone so long as they can still print as much money as they enjoy, as what pleases them. Because then they can give out tanks and they can give out guns and whatnot. And all sorts of aid, but the moment they have to ask for permission and go through barriers to entry before they can do that. Then they get worried.
But if it's fancies you're after, I suggest you try Rhiannon's ride.
And that lets you know that the strongest thing the United States has is not their military, it's their bank.
The ravings of a madman.
It wouldn't be the first time.
Their private bank, I should say.
A silver chocobo sighted in the hills near Rhiannon. Right. It sounds almost good to be true. But since I'm already here. Let's go. Fly, Ambrosia.
Can hardly make out a blooming thing.
For a change.
Tracks. Well, I can't really see any. I remember back in the day we used to tell each other your tracks are showing as an insult.
The chocobo was here, and recently. Perhaps it still is.
The context is different, but that word tracks, the pluralization of track is ruined for me. Is it injured? Now if I think about it, isn't our chocobo a silver chocobo?
It's alright. I'm not going to hurt you. Just borrowing a feather for my friend.
Let me...
Let's get this back to Gav before they change their minds.
We gotta do it for Gav, man. He's trying to be a good stepfather for no reason. I don't even think he wants the girl. I think he just wants to be relevant to the end the game of a plot. Have some sort of sub-story.
Clive, you're back. How'd you get on? Any luck?
Any luck, you say?
Crystal's crack. Is this what I think it is? Where in the hell did you find it?
It's a long story.
Right there on the road to Eastpool. Who'd have thought it?
Everything up there's been abandoned for years. The empty cabin made for the perfect shelter. Though I fear my presence may have forced the poor creatures to look elsewhere.
Don't blame yourself, Clive. The blight's right on Eastpool's doorstep. They'd have had to move on before long, even if you hadn't have turned up. find a new home. Trust me. After all, that's what us endangered animals do. Anyway, what matters is, you managed to nick us one of their quills before they could run off. And now all that's left is to fix it to the carving.
I didn't know you could carve.
I reckon there's a lot you don't know about me. Like the fact I'm as good with a whittling knife as I am with a sword. And that bone Ember gave me's a dream to work with. What did you say it was from again? An Avis?
But it weren't your Avis, Sid. I slew one of my own at last.
So all those long nights in the pit finally bore fruit. I'm proud of you, Ember.
Don't speak too soon. I ain't done my trial yet.
There we go. What do you think?
I think if you ever hang up your scouting cap, you'll be able to make an honest living.
Now will I? I should go and see if Ed is awake.
Give it one burst.
You can give it to yourself. Come on.
I knew they would drag this out. But you know what? We haven't seen that character in a minute. Maybe we'll witness a childbirth. We still don't have enough points. Let me see how many points I'm gonna need in order to get this next thing.
I wasn't expecting you back so.
Okay, so as soon as we're done with this quest, we'll probably have enough to get what we need.
Ah, me lords.
How are you feeling?
Well, thank you. Is something wrong?
Wrong? No, nothing like that. What it is...
Go on, please. It's beautiful. Did you make it?
We did. It's from all of us here at the Hideaway. Your new family, like. It's a good luck charm. We may come up north when a band's on the way. I mean a baby. To let him know that they're part of the family too. Oh, I hope you like it.
I don't know what to say. I thank you, my lords, for everything.
If there's anything you need, just let us know.
I will.
Clive, fancy a swift off? I'm thirsty.
I know you're thirsty. You're spotting her potential and whatnot. You see the vision.
Don't you think you've had enough?
No, we're celebrating. I'm gonna be a father.
I think Edda might have something to say about that.
You know what I mean. Bit of light in these dark times.
Okay, so you put a title on her yet?
It wasn't long after me 10th name day. My mum told us she was with child again. I was over the fucking moon. I was looking forward to having a little one to lord it over. What with me being the runt of the litter. Thought I'd finally have a chance to prove to the world that I could be a big brother. Imperials came the day she went into labour. Had myself a baby sister. And then I didn't. My whole family gone in a blink, while I hid in the cellar like the spineless little arsehole I was. Great brother I turned out to be. I'll never be a leader. And I'll never be a hero. I'm just a daft little dog who comes running when his master calls. I'll never be like you, or Sid, or Jill, or even Torgal.
Have you finished?
Maybe.
You know, that beer doesn't have that much alcohol content.
Do you know why you're our best scout? Because you don't need anyone to hold your hand. Without your resourcefulness, your courage, your determination, I don't know where we'd be. Maybe hanging off a cliff like,
Early game.
That was only the once.
Exactly. You learn from it. And
The Monday before the Monday before.
missions stronger for everyone.
I should say the Monday before previous.
And let's not forget Rosalith. Who was it who freed me from the dungeon? Who was it who ran to Jill's rescue?
That would be me.
Because you're our brother, Gav. My brother.
Yeah, this character managed to last quite a bit. I would have thought he would have been deep 6 before the previous time skip. Now, as much as this game likes to fashion itself as this dark fantasy, it usually just comes down to beer, a few prostitute characters, and some blood splatter here and there, and some swearing. That's it. Maybe some pillaging type scenes, but it's no Berserk. It's no Dark Souls.
One too many.
You may have had 10 too many.
I said I was thirsty.
It has quite a bit of...
After I walk this off. Clive?
What is it?
Thanks for, you know.
Yeah, think about like it has like a gritty world, but it's not so like deep and macabre-y. Okay, I'll make you. So there's nothing left in Rosaria. It really is just Dhalmekia at this point. So I think I'm gonna call it a night. We'll do the rest of Dhalmekia and potentially wrap up this game come tomorrow. Let me check this stuff out. I want to know how much content I have left to do here. So there's this one blank spot, 2 over here. Okay. So there's like 7 things I need to collect, and I don't know how to collect all of them. I don't even necessarily care all too much. Yeah, it does seem like this game is near of a tail end, at the very least, in terms of side content. The lengthiest things we'll get is because the side content is so loquacious, but it's not really that big of a deal. Maybe I'll get some collectibles if I purchase like every CD for the jukebox or orchestrion. I think that's what they're called. But to quote my 6th grade teacher, always leave them wanting more. This has been your boy Mr. Wonka 7. Thank you guys for watching, and Oksamatic there.